Right, welcome back everybody. "50 streams in a row, that's that's an achievement. Especially with my irregular stream schedule. Yeah, good to see you back here. What's next after the full stabilizing, maintaining gameplay or Dead World challenge arc? I haven't forgotten about the Dead World playthrough, but I do want to give it like a proper run. We've been kinda getting caught in over-optimizing the opening, which was fun, but I want to get away from that. In the end, I don't think it really matters too much for our final chances if we are just a little bit faster with the gun turret research. Kind of was a nice mini project to optimize without going into another full-scale adventure. But I do wanna see if that's possible. I don't have intentions to play it until the solar system edge, but I do want to see if we can basically make it off of Norvies. If we can make it to Vulcanus on that world, then we can do everything. We can do everything what we also did in this playthrough. Just noticing, I have a part in the new episode that evolution has finally crossed 99.0% at about 280 hours in. We are now 320 hours further than that, and evolution has gone up like 0.5% in all the time. So yeah, it really slows down very dramatically near the end. Why are you hyper-optimizing inserter throughput instead of using higher level inserters? Kinda a meme that got out of hand. We didn't research fast inserter until after we had Prometheum signs. I still haven't built any. I did research it now. We are still to get into the bulk inserter and stack bonuses upgrades. It's gonna be mandatory for like scaling the base. You can see even if we are zoomed out, FPS is not great. Should be better if we are we still have 60 UPS when we aren't trying to draw stupidly many things on the screen. But yeah, optimizing UPS is gonna be an unavoidable element of mega basing. Let's switch off the circle generator. But yeah, it was just like a mini challenge after the main challenge of the playthrough was done. So funny how they cannot escape their own their own habitats. They're unable of knocking down their own house to get back at us. So UPS is in general, it's good if I don't try to zoom out further than the game normally allows you. I have one of the mods I use is a mod to zoom out further. So yeah, where did we leave off? I think last time we finally got military signs on track. Last 2 times. First we upgraded the military signs cliffs over here, where we basically plopped some beacons between to make this capable of producing 1800 SPM instead of about 970 or whatever it was. And then we upgraded it with Mark III productivity modules, so we need less ingredients. So we could get away with just speed moduling the walls, grenades and red ammo over here. Of course, putting speed modules in there doesn't really solve the resource inflow, so we had to do some work to get that right as well. That was the majority of the work. Not iron and copper, but basically coal and stone had to be upgraded, and we had to install a couple new stone mines. But before we could install a couple new stone mines over here, and here, we first had to get rid of the biter nests in this entire area. We have done some more laser combat. that should be good. What we're gonna do today is we're basically gonna, I guess, go over every single science pack and see if we need to do some work to keep it going. I do know that the Vulcan science pack would be really happy if we would be hooking up some more tungsten patches. But even here on Novice, I think we should take a look at least the existing patches. I think we might, a new coal patch might be necessary as well, because we have started to mine the backup line. And we have started to mine the backup line because coal demand has increased. So now military science is using this coal for grenades. So we don't have a backup line anymore. I also think we should go over the 4 main iron and copper miners and probably just, I don't know, fill in the rest of the patch with some efficiency miners. So we don't only mine the center. This was a weird choice anyway. It's not great for a main copper patch. We could change that out for a new main copper patch over here. 15 million. So we got some options over there. And then we can turn the copper tree into backup. We got the backup here right now. Yeah, the backup is now running every once in a while because this one has run out. I think we're just gonna plop down some quick mining drills on Novice. And then we'll go over the other planets. So far we are doing the one technology which requires all 12 science packs. I want to just keep doing that for a while. So let's just fill up the queue. I just want to stress test the base without any delay in between, so we can see if everything actually works as designed. And then later we can start thinking about optimizing individual science packs. Perhaps, you know, we have the double amount of biolabs because this science requires 120 seconds per science pack. But if we want to research something like mining productivity, which is one of the cheapest infinite technologies with just 4 science packs, it only takes 60 seconds. That means we have double the lab capacity. So maybe it makes sense to make these 4 science packs in 3600 SPM in contrast to the 1800 SPM we have now. And then we can research the mining productivity infinite technology at double the tech speed. So I think looking at each individual infinite technology and seeing what science packs they require and how many levels we are likely to want from those. Kinda makes sense. Also, red, green, blue and purple is the base of many of the other ones, like processing units. And maybe low density structures as well, if I can find it. Rocket fuel is basically the same. We got red, green, blue and purple for mining productivity. Add EM signs for processing units. Add the Glebber signs for rocket fuel, or I suppose add Vulcan signs for LDS. Yeah, Vulcan signs for LDS. So that means we could cycle through those, 1 level each. If the base SPM is 3600, we can use this like 1/3 of the time. We have this one at 1800. So that means we will just need to introduce some buffers again for the other science packs which are not produced at 3600 SPM. And then we can get through processing unit and LDS and rocket fuel productivity, for instance, at double the tech speed as well. So that's kind of how I want to approach the late game. Not keeping every science pack the same, but just looking at what is required and how we can make the most out of it. I now realize that storing rocket fuel productivity is not going to work, so we might need to exclude that one. Rocket fuel is the cheapest one anyway, and even on Novice oil is literally infinite, especially with the way we have been approaching it. So we might not need, we might just skip rocket fuel productivity altogether. Unless we actually double agricultural science as well. But still, if we oscillate between processing units and low density structures, we could go 3600 SPM, where we produce 1800 SPM and store it in chests for the first half, and then for the second half we just consume it at double the rate we produce, and everything should be stable in that regard. There's also rocket part productivity in general, which would help, I suppose. So yeah, there's some food for thought. Those four seem to be the base of basically anything that is production related, at least. Plastics is also Glabber. Don't even know what kind of infinite technologies exist in the game. Don't think we need many of the military ones anymore. Those are gonna ceiling out real fast if we need it at all. Scrap recycling productivity. It's basically mining productivity, but specific to smelting on, if we call recycling smelting on Volgora, I suppose. Railgun damage, we've got the damage we need to one-shot every asteroid, so we don't need to go further with that, unless we want to do like fun stuff with behemoth demolishers or something. Laser damage, 1 or 2 more levels and we'll be fine. I think focusing on those main 4 going forward might be good. Maybe upgrade a symbolic gun turrets to uranium ammo. Did I research that? Oh no, I didn't. It's $1 million. Just $1 million. $1 million starts to feel like already not too much anymore. I guess eventually we do want to complete the entire tech tree, yes, including bulk inserter, stack inserter and all that stuff, and the upgrades. Alright, I don't think I invalidated any achievements by... I didn't use editor mode to set up the opening, so let's not waste the time. Waste the progress, I mean, and just keep the progress. We are 2 hours 20 minutes away from another free 360 SPM. That one's gonna bump us up to almost 7k SPM. And with the 3rd level, that will be a full 1080 SPM for free, just from researching the levels. So, nice. Alright. I did kind of balance my inventory last time. I think stone is going to be good for a while. We got this radar down here at the Johnny's, which I never used, but let's look at what it says. It says we've got 45 million iron, 30 million copper, 17 million stone, 15 million coal hooked up. We've got a lot of mining drills. I wonder, should we change over the 4 main mine? Should we switch over all of the mining outposts to the new setup? The new setup being this one, where we use only 2 mining drills to fill a red belt. But which do use Mark III productivity and 8 Mark III speed modules in there. The rest is still Mark II efficiencies. It kind of makes sense. These have 104% mining productivity bonus, whereas the old setup has got 76. That's a pretty big difference. 76, and we've got how much? 100? 104. That's 28% more. That's basically changing out those modules for Mark 3s is basically 3 levels of mining productivity for free. So it's like 10 million signs at this point. 12 million signs even. I think this goes up by 1 million per level. And it looks like it kind of makes sense. The question is then, do we have enough Mark 3 speed modules? And the answer at the moment is no. I suppose the new setup does use less beacons. Old setup uses 46. And the new setup uses... if I can find one. 36, so we saved 10 beacons. Looks like we have really fine-tuned. Did we really fine-tune the amount of... Kinda looks a little bit random. What is in where. I think we're gonna take a closer look at that and then decide. I think it's a good idea. We should upgrade that. So we are gonna need... Okay, I do have 56 more modules. We need 8 modules per setup, so we can do 7 of them. We have at least 8, probably more than that even. So let's make a couple more Mark 3 speed modules. Productivity, we do have a lot. Let's grab all of those. Yeah, productivity is not going to be an issue. We'll grab some. We'll grab some of those. We don't have that many chips anymore. I think I'm just gonna again do it in a temporary, just plop it down kind of way. I don't want to automate the rare modules just yet, as they are far too expensive. We can chuck some speed modules in there just to speed it up even further. I think we're gonna chuck... another line of circuits in there. We're gonna need the rare tungsten carbides. We still have plenty of those. Let's see how many we get out of here. Because this is... I got like 10k or so more rare circuits at the moment. How far after the last episode is the stream? Just a small 300 hours or so. Don't worry about it. Not that much. I think the best thing to do... We're gonna need to grab some of those efficiency modules if we're gonna want to fine-tune that. So let's grab a line of these. The problem is that's gonna switch on... Let's not grab too many. That's gonna switch on production again. And that's basically it. That's 180. Let's check how many we have of each. I think that's going to be good enough for now, really. We have used all the productivity bonuses, so let's just take it back up. can make more when we need them again. We'll give that for the bots to sort. Alright. I'm not going to be using any of those. Efficiencies is always the question. I use all of those still. We're not going to use Mark IIs. I'm not going to use these quality modules. Right, so what are we going to use? We are going to use a lot of rare mining drills. I guess we are gonna... Okay, I got 200 more on the spaceship. And I got about 120 here. I'm gonna grab some common ones as well. I might change out some depleted ones for commons. We're gonna need some of these. Because those are used in the power. 5, 8 and 4. Yeah, I'm just gonna handcraft those. I know, you can make them in EM plans. Just take a stack of those as well. Extra belts. Bunch of reds. Check the blueprint one more time. What's in there? Beacons. We're gonna get back the beacons. Mostly Mark II efficiencies, a lot of them. So yeah, we'll grab a couple more of those. That's like 50 per site. Some blue belts. We'll take a couple stacks of beacons, I suppose. In case we're gonna set up some new ones. And I guess then we should take more of those after all. That is 500 of them. 600. Right. That's gonna use up more of those circuits, because that's gonna switch on these guys again. But so be it. No grabber yet. Yeah, we have this one is complete. What is the new project? I don't think there's gonna be a new I don't know. It kinda depends how it goes. I still will be editing this playthrough for probably the rest of the year. So I don't really want to start a new main series that can become an edited series as well. We might do some other small projects in between, like we've been doing before, which are not gonna get edited videos. Like we did stuff like Crastorio, we did kill biters for resources, we did a couple Warptorio variants. We'll see. Right. are regular mining drills already. So where are we going? I think we're just going to start with the 4 main patches and then just go from there. Alright, so this is the main culprit. Basically, I counted this like 9 million, so it was good enough, but it's actually split over a not very great area. I think I want to get rid of this one. We can make this the backup copper, perhaps. So I think we need a new blueprint then, where we... Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. But first of all, let's do this. I'll disable them by control behavior. And we can actually power them and see what's going on. Alright, so their speed is 14.9 copper a second, which is almost 15. The next mining productivity research is gonna push that to 15, so I'm gonna say that's half a red belt. So let's add the cheaper Mark II efficiency modules and see where that brings us. Consumption minus 5%. We want to get it down to minus 80. So I guess then we are just gonna add these until we're at minus 80. That's minus 31. Guess that makes the most sense. Those were in the center. Okay, wait, that does not make any sense. We want to do the ones which like do the most work. It's minus 56. A minus 69. Minus 80. Alright. So that'll do. We got then the uncommon ones here on the edge. Those only affect one mining drill. All of these affect at least 2, sometimes 4. So yeah, we can make this a bit cheaper then. They all have minus 80%. Right, so... let's reset those back to their initial state, and then we can do the final upgrade for the blueprint. That should do it. And then we got 32 and 32, so that's an equal amount instead of 50 and a couple. Double the productivity compared to speed. I think we're gonna put it on this side and one on this side as well. 250k. $379. think if we put it up 2 tiles, that will create the most longevity out of here. Okay, so that could be the new center blob. Let's for now, let's grab those pipes. We'll make that the new main line. Leaves me unable to squeeze a drill in here. I'm not really sure. Should I try to mine up the entire patches or just go with the center? I think we'll just go with the center for now. So that will be 2 compressed belts. And then we can get rid of these guys. I probably should let those belts empty out a little before I pick up everything. Why efficiency? Because it creates a very small pollution cloud. So I'm not interested in super maximum speed at the moment. Anyway, I want to cover a big area of the patch, so that should do it. Alright. Let's grab the nature lover. We can get rid of the old one. There's a bunch of big gaps in here, that's for sure. That's exactly the range of a big mining drill, apparently. We have eaten square chunks out of here. Does it make sense to put another one on here? I think maybe we'll just try filling this in with like sparsely spread out efficiency drills. Let's see how it would look like. Uh, 800k, 200k, 500k, 1.2 million. Right, so we definitely want to go up right a bit more. 914, 600, 565 and 1 million. See, that's the same values, that's better values than what I get out of that patch still, so 745, 824, 1 million and 661. Uh, 700, 1.1, 700 and 654. It feels kind of unnatural, but I think we can go even further off the edge here. 760 on the lowest one, 770 on this one. Okay, that makes sense. I think we'll install this one as well. And go up here. And since these are kinda equal-ish, I suppose we'll just mix it 50-50. Because the easiest way to mix it 50-50 is indeed doing this. If we then upgrade these sections, let's upgrade this fake underground as well, then now the entire throughput can come from one of the sides. If something runs out. I'm not going to put lane balancers on there just yet. I don't think we're desperate enough just yet. But now at least this patch is covered better. So now we got 5.1 million left. After the redesign. I guess we're gonna note that down as well. We started at main copper 3. We have 4 main coppers. Don't know where the other ones are. We got 4A. Oh god, we got 4A and 4B again. That kind of shenanigans. That means the copper backup should be completely idle again. Literally complete. Okay, it's not idle. Maybe we got some other problems still. We got main copper 2. There's main copper 1. This is main copper 1. Started to get some hole-shaped things in there as well. Right, we're just gonna do them in order for the rest, so I don't confuse the heck out of myself. Second underground messing, 2 balancers on the same lane. Second underground missing. I see. Yeah, we have linked the belts. I just put that one somewhere else in the base and then this comes out of there. Oh, this is a decorative underground belt. Sure. I think it's alright. Copper 1. Let's switch on the minimap again. I did switch that off for the intro shot. Okay, main copper 1. Probably we can just switch off power. Oh, I forgot. I should install those radars. To count. I have only one over here, so I guess. Read entire patch. And then we need another one. Read entire patch. Right. Did you finish the original 1K? 1K. Yeah, this is the playthrough from the edited series. It's just a little bit further. Alright, we're just gonna take all of it. And we'll figure out where best to fit the new one. It might be in a weird location, like something like this, because we have mined from the back a lot. 340k, okay, there is, yeah, we mined most of out of the center here. 450, 700. Let's check the bottom of the patch. 720, 330, okay, that's not great, this corner is weak. How about more to the back? No. I think somewhere in this area it's gonna be. 450, 250. Okay, this one is really weak. 600, 700, 450, 500. I think down one tile. But these patches are not that suitable anymore for super long longevity mining, I don't think. Vertical. They are gonna get spread out more here. This entire strip is like pretty sim. I do have to say this was not exactly what I had in mind though. When I said I was gonna strengthen the entire fields. Alright, so that's one. Copper patch 2 was somewhere on the right. Over here. That's 1k of running. I think what I really should probably hook up some new patches, but I think that can wait. We can redo this, get the 30% extra mining productivity. Don't want to pick up any of the copper. We start to see some weird mining drill shaped holes in this patch as well. So let's see if it's pasted back. It's 500k, 700. It's not too bad. How about up here? 800, 700, 600, 900. Eight, 9, 7, 7. Okay, that's all right. And then the raider goes on the richest mining drill again. Right, we're getting a move on. I could cover the rest in like efficiency mining drills or something, but then I don't get a productivity. I think it's a little bit expensive right now to do this. And let it mine really slow. These mine 15 a second, this would mine 2 a second. Then we would need more beacons again to speed it up, and that's gonna be too much designing for this moment. Okay, we got 1, 2 and 3, we just need copper 4. Copper 4 was split in the bottom between 2 locations. 3.3 and 2.7 million left. Not 69, no, not nice, 6.9. And on this one, 5.3. We got the copper backup. I guess we'll also change out the copper backup line. Alright, let's disconnect them both. Oh, hello, Guashu, thanks for the raid. Oi. I'm just reading chat and running straight into the biter bases again. What else is new? Alright, so there certainly is a giant hole here. This patch might not... That's 2.7 million left though. We should be able to find a sufficiently okay spot. 700, 1.1, 400 and 182. Okay, that is pretty bad. I guess we just want to go down a bit. $800, 700, 400, 800. Four, 6, 6, 9. Yeah, this one is dropping off real quick now. We might get a better result with the horizontal spread. It's not great either. Come on. Okay, one tile to the south. And that's final. Okay. See how this one is. This one doesn't look too bad yet. 450, 800, 1.1709. Looks like we need to go left a lot. 6, 8, 1, 1, 1, 0. Right, that looks balanced. 8, 8 and 8. Fairly temporary, I think. Just need the power line in there again. Alright, that's copper done. Copper was more difficult than iron. Iron has some good main patches close together, I suppose. Copper re-mined with 30% extra prot bonus. Alright, 2 of the iron patches are right here, so let's start with those. We also got a coal patch down here. Coal is probably more valuable at the moment than iron and copper. I probably shouldn't disconnect these for too long. We got a backup, but the backup can only stand in for 2 belts, not for 4. So let's hope we don't waste too much time doing this. Is this part... Oh, this is also the coal mine. Okay, the coal mine is also disconnected. We need to hurry up. $1 million, 1.6, 1.2, 1.1. You know, that sounds alright. That is more. Than we got for the rest of the drills. We also stopped shooting the behemoth biter here, but that's fine. He's stuck on an island. Doesn't look like an island anymore. There's only one tile. It looks like he can just walk onto the land over the fallen comrades right now. Okay, so coal will catch up again. This guy had 1.6. Let's quickly go take the other one. Also still looks very rich. 16, 17, 14, 17. Yeah, I'm not gonna question that either. Okay. $3 and 2.7. This is just to keep a feeling over time what the patches are doing. So the 16 million one, yeah, these are a lot better than the copper, aren't they? It's now down to 12 million. And 12 million down to 7.9. Pretty strong. Okay, we got 2 more main iron sources. One is over here. 9.9 million. So we've eaten 5 million from this one. And the other one is over here in the biter nest. So that one is going to be a little bit of an issue. Both of those are just up the road. Do we do coal too? I think we'll do coal separate. Try to keep some sense of order, at least. Alright, that iron 4 is gonna take some time, so I'm not gonna rush that too much. Alright. See if we paste it in line. 800k, 1.5 million, 1.3, 1.2. That's not great. 11, 800, 13, 15. Maybe just a bit up then. 13, 14, 15, 14. That's pretty much spot on. A little bit annoying. About the one tile off. Nice. So these have all run out. We are not really in power problems anymore, so we don't really need to reclaim the beacons and whatnot, but I guess I don't want to keep all of the mining drill graveyards around. There is definitely gonna be some bases that are blocked by the beacons. Only the beacons are blocking fighters, and only these 2 bases. I guess the smart thing to do would be to at least put a little bit of defense into place. This one needs to be manually depowered. I have one wall piece, that's that one. I think this one can spawn up until that beacon. Alright, these beacons are blocking some biters. Let's first find out where we want to put everything. 7, 6, 1, 2, and 9. 1, 5, 7, 8, 1, 0. Looks like we want to go down. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 0. 700k. So what if we just go straight on where these beacons already are? No, that is worse as well. That's not too bad. We'll keep it like this. That way no biters should spawn. So just changing out the beacons. I'm missing walls. So yeah, we're gonna get some of that stuff then. I'm not carrying any walls. Alright, so be it. Pipes it is. Yeah, that's properly annoying, but sure. Get the turrets out of there. We've even damaged a bunch of bells. Don't have repair packs on me at all. Put the radar next to the biters for safety. Nice, that's all iron done as well. Iron done 2. I guess we need to do the 2 backup mines. We'll just keep going until we run out of drills and modules, I suppose. I know the copper one was somewhere down here. Copper backup. Right, that's going to be a lot of copper ore in the inventory. Unless we activate it like this. We need to cut off power though. And it should slowly go away. We kept all the trees in between. Look at these trees, they aren't even slightly damaged just yet. Oh boy. Alright. I didn't know that. I may have just accidentally marked something for deconstruction, actually. Just a single wall piece, apparently. I hope. I guess this shouldn't matter too much. We should have hardly mined this. One 6 2 2 1 5 1 5. That's good enough, I think. So yeah, this is basically still at starter level 8.7. It's now 8.6. I don't think we're gonna do anything about that. We should have a backup iron somewhere as well. So I don't really remember where I put that. Can you search for map text? It's over here. Oh, that's convenient. Okay, that is also a biter infested drill. And we haven't mined from this at all just yet. Almost at all. I guess we're mining a little bit now because we're doing all the reconstruction work. Technically, the new beacon pattern should fit on top. So let's switch off the patch. Let's see if we do this. All the beacons should stay in place. Oh, this is a fairly bad patch for backup. There's only like K's under there instead of millions. I guess there are millions under the back ones. I should leave it untouched, but you know, the OCD is strong. I think I need to do it anyway. Okay. How about if we... I cannot see where... the thing is, there's like walls inside as well. There cannot be belts in those places. Alright, I'll leave the backup in place. The backup is crappy though. So... sure. Yeah, we're not gonna mess with that. Alright, so that is all the iron and copper. Let's go back to those 3 stone mines we just hooked up. We can also make those module configurations slightly cheaper. Stream alerts might be down. Oh, is that me? Oh, that is... yeah, that is me. Oh, the chat box was not on there as well. Oh, that was bad. Oops. Alright, it should work now. I have been recording using Streamlabs as well, and then I usually just switch off the the overlays. I forgot to switch them back on. So now that should work again. We got chat on screen. Thanks for the 2 years of subscriptions, Fantanizer, and for alerting me. Scroll back up. Was it not worth the effort to roll higher quality miners? We don't have the rest of quality researched yet. So epic and legendary quality is still unavailable. Okay, we should have 3 mining outposts in here somewhere. They should be the same, except we have 2 expensive. Yeah, right, so we are gonna change out some of the modules. Still at minus 80%. We do have the radars here. Right. There was one more over here. Yeah, we haven't killed any nest to get the keeping your hands clean achievement, which is still proudly plonking up there in the top left corner. And even though we are allowed to destroy nests, we're still not doing it. Don't think we will be doing it. Unless we want to go for world peace at some point, then everything has to go. Oh, that stone is done. Let's go check. This stone mine is pretty reconfigurable. Stone is the most limiting resource, so I really shouldn't skimp on. I shouldn't neglect the old stone mines, even though they don't have that many resources anymore. Here we did mine the outskirts. This definitely looks like a location where I wanna get one of these things down, or 2. There's only a single spitter base here though. But we do have to be sure to block all of those spaces if we reconfigure this. Yes, only the central blob here is left, so I can mine absolutely everything with just the central stuff. Alright, so there we got that one spitter. Should be fine. Yeah, we don't have the walls. We got one. Okay, it can go a little bit more to the front. 3, 5, 4, 3. 4, 5, 4, 4. I think that's alright. And since we didn't bring walls, we're gonna have to go back to the very old pipe blocker to block the remaining couple spaces. The rest should be blocked by beacons. Right, we'll spread it over the 4 bells. Why did I get one damaged beacon? Yeah, we have a couple of repairs to do. Alright. We got one stone patch. I'm not gonna mess with that. There's 1 million left. But that's too messy. I'm just gonna let this mine out. We should be able to mine all the stone from under the biter patch even. That's kind of funny. There is a total of 200k stone hidden under the biter nest itself. Alright, there should be 2 other stone patches. I think we hooked up. This is just the 2 bells, right? Yeah, there's just 2 bells. Still 2 bells. Still 2 bells, and then it arrives here. I think all of that will be alright. Some of the stone is coming from the south. I think only one of the patches still has actually got miners on them. No, we got this one. Yeah, I'm not touching this one either. This one is fine. 2.4 million. We could try upgrading the drills in there though. And we got this one. That one has run out. And we got this one. 490k left. I wonder if that's worth it. Let's go at least look at that one big nest and see what is this the last stream? I don't know yet. I don't think so. It's a clickbait title, of course. I don't think we can do all the science packs in one stream. But we're giving it an effort. I have walked down the wrong path. Like that old school. Just blindly trusting the navigation when you enter the wrong address and then just drive somewhere completely different than where you wanted to go. Alright, it's over here. Alright, so I want to keep the minus 80% pollution. We do have some Mark III efficiencies as well. Let's see. Yeah, we got to minus 24% pollution. It's not that bad, but it's still 42 pollution a minute, where it could be 10. So I think we can probably do that. Let's make an upgrade planner. If we upgrade all the beacons to efficiency 3 and all the miners to productivity 3, that's going to be a very expensive mine. And then this guy has run out. But this beacon is not affecting anyone. So we can downgrade this to regular quality and just leave it here indefinitely. I think that's we're gonna leave these drills up probably. The rest is still working though. They are working fairly slow. I guess they're working even a lot slower than they were before. This is 2.64 a second. Now it does 2.03 per second. So yeah, it's gonna take a long time before this guy has mined 1.4 million. That is the most central one though. I think I'm gonna try to speed these up a little bit. Yeah, it's not entirely in range. It's probably gonna spawn something. Oh yeah, it is. Can we dump some speed in there? Alright, I'm gonna craft some repair packs. Alright, they're twice as polluting, but they're also more than twice as fast, so I think that's a nice balance. Now they're 3 times as fast and 3 times as polluting. I think we'll keep that in there. This thing has got to run out at some point. So let's this is the centerest of centers. We'll keep that going faster. We are not too far away from the biters here though, and there is a fairly sizable cloud on here, so yeah, we'll see. We gotta keep an eye on that then. Probably also have... Okay, we don't have damage lasers anymore. Alright, so that did go well. We're gonna then visit the other stone patch too. These are rare drills. I will upgrade them to quote-unquote downgrade them to regular quality. I think we're gonna keep them on here for now. So why are these belts not going? Ah, we are prioritizing that patch. Okay, I see. I think we can probably mine all of that with just 4 drills. Yeah, in fact, I think we'll also place one of those new things on here. Okay, it does not fit with the cliffs. And we can move the beacons in a little. Let's see. 150, 195. That's a fairly decent orientation. I guess that fits around the cliff, so we are happy. Horrible. Yeah, minus 80 though, so... that can produce 2 red belts by itself. Except I'm doing that weird side-loading shenanigans, which is probably not needed for this specific island. So... yeah, I'm gonna mine that tiny portion here up first then. Because it looks like this thing is gonna be mined for quite a while still. Alright. How's our module count? 43 productivities and 130 speed modules. We used up most of our Mark III productivities. Ooh, that's maybe not great. We potentially could reclaim 32 of them from the backup copper and iron patches, which are not going to be used for a while. I think I do want to spend them on stone. Let's see. How is this looking? This is another entire city. There's only 900k left here. All of it in this area. So actually it's just 3 mining drills which are still running. Right, we should be able to upgrade those. Alright, actually they're all still at minus 80% pollution except this one. This drill is almost out of resources. 10k only. Only these two actually have a lot still. Okay, there's the minus 79%. That one is alright. This one does need more efficiency. Okay, it's at minus 80. It's now at minus 5. Minus 80. I'm just trying to get this to... Alright, I think we'll keep it at that. 10 a second, 13 a second, 500k, 400k left. Alright. Here we will put the walls back around the biter bases, I am pretty sure. Let me downgrade all the mining drills. Except for these two. We cannot simply deconstruct everything here. We can look which beacons are not affecting anything. At least we can, finally we can control click modules out of beacons, and it comes in useful first time in the history of Factorio, I think. Because we cannot deconstruct the beacons. Okay. Sure. Oh wait, this guy is still going. I forgot about this guy. Sure. Alright, so that's all of the stone done as well. Now we only have coal left. We have only 35 Mark III productivity modules left. I guess we could technically automate Mark III productivity modules, since we got bi-direct production always now. But before I think about that, let's see how far we get. Where? I don't know where I have coal connected. Qual. I don't have qual anywhere, that's for sure. Okay, so something is over here. This is the backup source. That one should not be moving. Let's make markers. Coal here. That one is moving. We're not mining any of this. We are mining this side though. Got here a patch over here, with a lot of side drills. I think that's all the coal we are still mining at the moment. we got 4 patches. With this guy being the backup. Okay, the backup we're gonna leave intact then for now. Alright. We might be able to fit the new model on here completely. Again, we gotta be fairly fast here, I think. Because we're actually using a lot of the coal. 1 hour left to the next level. $500, $500, $500, $400. I think that's pretty much dead on. We're not mining all the coal, but I think for now that's going to be good enough. Okay, we're reading that one. I did make some alterations to this one. No, this one. We're still reading the patch here as well. Alright, yeah, I think that's good then. Alright, so that's 1 coal source, then we got 2 more coal sources in the south, and I think we are exactly gonna have we're gonna be 1 patch short in productivity modules. I think that means we're just gonna install the old one back on the copper patch here. Or we can temporarily steal them, but no, I think we're just gonna place back the old one. Iron has the old one as well. I gotta change that out anyway. Let's hope I don't again. I think this was the old location. Alright, so we'll leave this old technology since we aren't using it anyway. And then we have exactly enough modules for now to overhaul the coal mine. This guy is a little bit of an issue. Let's start with the easy one. Did you want those stone mines to still be rare? The ones which still work, yes. Let me check if I didn't forget to... change those out. Where is it? It's somewhere over here. Alright. I see what you mean. That is bad. Let's re-upgrade those. We'll have to go back there. That upgrade planner, I missed that. Those are in there. Let's check the other stone patch which is covered in vitals as well. Here I only had the one. This is going to be idle until that bottom one runs out. It's not going to take too long. Alright. Again, this one we should not wait too long. We can have some... But we are almost done. We can have some coal on the inventory, no problem. Alright. See how the new model fits. 19182019. It's pretty much as good as it's gonna get, I suppose. I think I forgot to put a radar back, maybe at the last coal patch. Yeah, alright. If only there was some sort of mechanic in the game where you know, could like collect resources from all over the map and like store them in some central depot-like location from where you then distribute it out over your base, and you could add new outposts to that system through a multi-usage track or belt or something. Wouldn't that be a great addition? I think I gotta write some like idea and suggestion. That would be wonderful if something like that could be added to the game. Wait, we got one on here. I'm left with one though. I didn't have one radar before, that's for sure. It is the, yeah, it is the backup copper source, which we just changed back, I think. Yeah, that seems better. The values are as they should be again. Okay, then the last coal patch, last productivity modules. I'm gonna fit that in the existing area here. One four, 1 1, 1 1, 1 4. I'm just gonna take that. This is all gonna change as well, so that's... We'll have to check if that doesn't become too polluting. Yeah, I was trying to prevent having to redo all of those again. But it looks like we will be doing that. That's the center. Yeah, minus 31%. Plus 58%. Plus 240%. Alright, these are back to minus 80. These are not. Okay, now they are. I don't have enough productivity modules to... Okay, actually we do need the expensive ones. So I guess I do want to... Okay, I'm actually using that coal as well. So I'm gonna priority input this line. But this does seem to be flowing all the time. So we cannot really prioritize it even more. There's those two lines. I guess we also want to prioritize what comes from the backup mine. That's no longer a backup mine. There's these two left belts. So that means doing it like this. Now we're fully mining from the backup belt, which means all these drills are going to be backup now, the ones which don't have Mark III productivities. I guess they will still mine like half a belt, since 4 red belts, this is 4.5 red belts worth of coal, so sure, that's gonna be good enough. 5.9 million here after the change. This one barely mined anything because it was backup, but not anymore. The main coal patch here is very poor now. 1.9 left only. And then this backup, we still have to go there, so let's do that first. Did I reinstall the radar? I didn't. Okay. Re-upgrade the stone mine to the rare drills. Okay, that's pretty far. This one, no. There was one more. Somewhere over here. $1.8. I haven't tried Shapes 2 yet, mostly from a perspective of fear of getting caught up in yet another addicting game. I don't have time to get caught up in other addicting games. Right, now we get the 3 times resource multiplier out of the ore patch instead of 2 times, now that we upgraded these back to rare drills. So not 1.7 but 2.6 or so. 2.6 million pieces of stone will still come onto the belt from here. Alright. That completes the entire resource overhaul. All the drills are now running on... Let's just go stand here, except this one then. Except the backups. All drills except backup patches run on rare productivity 3 modules. That is 3 levels of mining productivity magicked into existence right here. Okay, 1 second. Right. I did get addicted to Shapes 1, but that was finished in like a week. It was when I was doing the Factorio Tightrope series, and the video did get delayed by that 1 week. If you like Factorio, you probably like Shapesio. That actually... That's my only good... that was the only like real sponsoring I ever got for my channel, actually, in Shapesio. I've been declining everything else ever since. Some nice tryout project from both sides. Okay, I'm wondering how much oil we are using. It does look like my oil storage tanks are full. I was thinking we also maybe should upgrade the oil productivity. We did complete another level of mining productivity in here. So we went to 70k. Looks like production... Alright, so this is what it normally looks like. You hook up a new oil source and it gets flatlined. Every time you research mining productivity, you get a small bump. This is just full uninterrupted production. This is when my storage tanks were full, then it just drops. So during these periods my storage tanks were too full to produce oil at full speed. It looks like though now we are producing oil at full speed again. Let's check the last hour. If you look at 10 hours, we produced 41,008,33. If we look at 1 hour, we produced 4.2 million and eat 4.1. On 10 minutes, the scale is positive as well. So it does look like we are about at an equilibrium of production and consumption. Unlike the resource patches, mining drills productivity for oil, mining productivity for oil is just gonna get better over time, since all of the patches are already the infinite minimum production yield. They will never drop below 500, and every time mining productivity is researched, we get more production out of that. This is so old, it's still running on uncommon Mark II modules because we couldn't afford the rare ones. I don't think we really need to upgrade it then. We got 60 million oil worth of buffer in here, so the tanks are optically pretty full. We had to amass a giant army of pumps just to make sure these tanks accept enough oil when they're almost full. We also got this thing is completely full, so this is probably at an equilibrium. I mean, even oil, we could upgrade this to Mark III productivity to get an easier boost, I suppose. I don't think there's a need though. This will function fine for the rest of the game. Mining productivity is gonna... yeah, wait, you know what? With Factorio Space Age giving you like so many more levels of mining productivity compared to Factorio 1.1. I don't know if people still remember in chat, but when we did the Ultimate Dead World Challenge a couple of years ago, we did run the entire flamethrower defense on a single minimum production pump jack, a single spot like this one over here. So it gives 2 oil per second. I bet in Space Age it's possible to run the entire Norwegian base off of one minimum production pump jack if you speed module it up to the maximum and then multiply it by a couple thousand levels of mining productivity. We should ask A-Buck Nasty about that. How much oil is he actually using and how much a single pump jack produces when you have 4 million effective signs per minute. That is a lot of levels of mining productivity for sure. I bet it's possible to do it on one single depleted minimum production pump jack, the entire base. It's gonna be that crazy. Okay, so oil is no needed. That thing, I think then for the foreseeable future, that should do it for Norvies. Do I have more modules on my spaceship? I did launch up a couple, like 250. I still think we are not super stable here on Norvies, to be honest. My belt routing is just a little bit wobbly. Not all of the coal can go anywhere, for instance. The backup patch over here. This is just the backup patch for plastic. It's not the general backup patch, so... although we are accepting... I think we are priority outputting towards grenades, so grenades keeps going. Okay, so as long as I can provide grenades with coal, the overflow goes to plastics. We should be prioritizing the extra belt here, which we are. And only then the backup patch. Okay, so the backup patch is a backup patch. This is a proper backup patch for everything. So not only for plastics. And same goes for copper, iron and stone. Okay, so then in that case I do think we are gonna be good. Yeah, okay, then I don't foresee us getting in trouble anytime soon. This is our weakest source, but we are prioritizing the coal from other belts now, so that is good as well. Once this runs out, then the backup patch shall activate, I suppose. Let's check the pollution cloud situation. I don't think these are gonna be polluting too hard towards the biters. The stone patches are hardly doing anything still because we are mostly running on the old stone patches still. So if oil is not needed, I'm gonna override that save here. Let's check how the Prometheum storage ship is doing. Alright. One column is empty. 2 columns are empty. The third column still has some chunks. The fourth column is completely full. The fifth column is completely full. And then the shared sixth column is completely full. Are we already storing signs on the ship? Looks like not quite yet. We still have almost 900k asteroids on the belts. Then 160. Got about 320k of science packs of storage space worth in here. The ship here is producing 3.6k, I'm pretty sure, 3.7k even. So we need to be able to store at least slightly over half of the science packs that come out of here. Will we be able to do that? 860,000 chunks divided by 25 multiplied by 10. You get 344,000 science packs out of that, except we have 128% productivity bonus. So we're actually going to get 784,000 science packs out of that. If we divide that by 2 again, since we're consuming half and storing half, we need space for about 400,000 science packs. I just said we had space for about 320,000. I think we can store those 70,000 science packs in the hub though. We are requesting how much? My mouse working? 22k. Alright, that means 50k has to be stored on the ship. And we probably want to just store the ship around Aquilo. if we are not using all of the signs. 50,000 science packs on the ship. It's 250 stacks, right? We have 250 stacks of free inventory space. We do at the moment. We have 1200 free. And only 400 or so are needed to replenish quantum processors. So yeah, I think nothing is gonna jam up with the Prometheum signs just yet, so we don't need to take action. Oh yeah, I forgot, we still have these chests which all request 8k. Yeah, okay, so, okay, then... That's another 256k of storage, so I discounted that. Everything is gonna fit easily. And as long as we keep researching research productivity, we should be good. I guess we could check the level. These are not all full, obviously. Only the last ones are full. I think to really see if we produce Prometheum science at 1800 SPM, we need to look how much science is in here when the ship leaves. Or arrives, but it's gonna leave before it arrives, so probably when it leaves. It's gonna be a couple hours still. And then when it leaves the next time, I guess we could go back in time. Yeah, let's do that. I remember I did make a save at the right moment. Let's override the save yet again. Prometheum ship about to arrive on Novis. So we want to quickly read out how much science we have in the buffer. We were researching research productivity 3 already here. Did we switch to something else? I don't remember. We should check for that as well. But here there is 754k science in there at the moment, where the ship is really about to arrive with all the quantum processors and whatnot. We are out of blue chips. I guess that means the Aquilo Explorer has dropped fewer and this ship has dropped more. Maybe we should up these values a little bit then. We still have LDSs though. $753. 752. I guess we could say it's about 750k. Or 752. We're gonna be making science packs right away when the ship arrives. These are gonna be loading up. And from the moment those arrive, alright, so this is gonna drop to 750k probably, and then just go up again. We still had some Prometheum science on board apparently, so that already got yeeted down. Alright, 750. 750 is an easy to remember number. So let's go here, we'll make a note for ourselves. once you have finished pianodons. Weren't we already racing when I did the 10,000 signs per minute base in Factorio 1.1? Or am I misremembering that? I might be misremembering that. We were racing for this run, right? The default settings 1000x signs cost run only. Okay, stocks went up to 1.1 million so far. So 752k upon arrival. Last time. That's important. I think we can get rid of all of these. Space Casino. 1000 times fish cost. End game equipment. Yeah. So someday we're gonna make end game equipment. I think that's gonna be in the legendary era though. I'm pretty much fine with what I have now. Need 700k in stock to res mech armor at full speed. I got the mech armor already, so we can probably get rid of that. I think we need to prepare to go to a different planet. So I guess the first thing I want to do is... Yeah, I wanna rebalance my inventory. It's gonna take the bots a while. Zippity zip, zippity zip. Should request some walls as well. This is the laser turret. So I won't run into that problem again. The annoying part is I spent all the Mark III efficiency modules now. I only have 3 pieces left. How is it going with my blue chips? Yeah, the replacement of those Mark II modules which we just carried and spent has gotten us to like 8.5k blue chips. So we went down from like 11 or 12. So we gotta start being a bit careful. Even on Fulgora we don't really have any left anymore. We could simply these are the qualitators, which made all the Mark II quality modules for us, including the rare ones. We could just restart this again, and that would also give us a lot of like rare blue chips straight up again. It was designed to do that. We got the scrap patches close by. We have the means to do it. The thing is though, I probably don't want to invest in that before we gotta redo that for legendary, I suppose. This design is not gonna work for legendary anyway. If I want to use this, we should do this before legendary actually. Because legendary will... It will not break it actually. No, it will not break it. We just have to set this to better than rare. All of the rare stuff is going straight into chests, so we just set all of this to better than rare. And we're still making rare resources. We can get epics and stuff directly from these as well, so there still are some problems then. Yeah, this is gonna break. It's gonna break if we research epic quality. The question is, do I do Space Casino or not? Do I do full-on Space Casino? It's gonna get heated in Factorio 2.1, but then again, in Factorio 2.1 this base is dead because this is no longer supposed to work in Factorio 2.1. So we might as well log this playthrough to Factorio 2.0 then, and not update. Which means Space Casinos are gonna keep working as well. And if I can do Space Casinos, I don't need to worry about any Norwegian resource except for stone. We can get quality stone on Vulcanus quite easily for free by just putting quality modules in this recipe and voiding the liquid. We get quality stone out of there. So we just spent calcite to get quality stone. A very limited amount of calcite. Yes, it is confirmed. I did read it on the forums from a developer. There was a post about it and the developer said it was now changed for 2.1 that piping up the biters would no longer be possible. Hey Rak. Alright, so let's hold true to the clickbait title then. Let's see if all the science packs will uphold 1800 SPM for a while. That's the goal. Alright, so we are producing red, green, blue and yellow and military, all on Norvies, and we just went through all resources except for uranium, I suppose. We should maybe check the power plants as well. Uranium all is still like temporary stuff. That means check, 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 and check. So 5 of the 12 science packs now get the check marks. I guess Space Science also gets the check mark because Space Science is infinite. We got the 2 platforms which haven't changed since forever. So check for science pack number 6. That's everything up to here is checked except for purple science. Glabber science we can also just check mark, because Glabber science is also made from infinitely replenishing resources. And I guess Prometheum science is also a check mark. As long as we have 752k science in stock when the ship arrives back on the next cycle in like 10 hours or so. That should be good. So then the only science packs left to check are purple science and Vulcanus science and EM science and Aquilo science. So I think in the last time we already established that Fulgora, those patches are still in very good shape. They have mined up 3 to 4 million each, and there's over 20 million in each patch, so I don't think we need to go to Fulgora. We should sometimes take a look at this thing. This thing is just recycling away any excess blue chips and low density structures, which we are using for supplying Glabber and Aquilo as well, so keep an eye on that perhaps. I think we still have a bunch of rare steel in here, as well as steel chests. Yeah, 18k steel, 14k rare steel chests. I guess in the background this thing is still working all the time. We should slowly getting some extra rare components on all planets. Right, so Norvis is check, Gleba is check, Fulgora is check. Vulcanus is probably not check, though. Yeah, there's only 82k tungsten left in this 3.4 million patch. So we might want to check if we can upgrade the... I'm scared to disturb anything here, because if I upgrade this to Mark III productivity, we will be using less tungsten and somewhat less plastics and coal. But then maybe we're also making less stone, and we're using stone for purple signs. So technically it shouldn't matter if I also upgrade purple signs to Mark III productivity. But no, we're not gonna do that. We're not gonna redesign that. I think we'll just hook up more resource patches. We could activate quality tungsten again. That's 3 million of slowly mined. But these patches are still strong enough. Those two patches here have all but run out. So we probably wanna hook up some new ones and maybe change whatever is left over here. We can change that to like slower mining drills like we have just going on individually. How is the coal? 8.8 million, there is nothing left except this part which is not being mined. Just a handful from the back. We got this guy, 3 million. I think the only other patch that is actively running is this one over here. Four belts of coal potentially. How many belts of coal do we need anyway? I think there's like 4 coming in. There's also 4 going to coal liquefaction. Still doing simple coal liquefaction for rocket fuel. We're gonna keep it that way, I think. I don't want to rebuild that. We're doing advanced coal liquefaction. Well, we were doing that for artillery shells, I suppose. But those we are no longer making. So we have up to 8 belts of coal incoming. It looks like this is the backup coal. We are getting 2 red belts and a little bit, and then the backup. So we probably want to get an extra coal mine in there as well. So Vulcanus needs extra tungsten and extra coal. Let's check Aquilo. The only resource in Aquilo which we will need to ever worry about is lithium brine, because it does not have the infinite minimum production state, it just runs out completely. But during all of our Aquilo time, we have brought this 8.5 million down to 5.5 million basically, so we're about 1/3 through the supply. We haven't even hooked up this yet to over here. I think the other resources are gonna be unlimited. We got 299% production here. That is the minimum. Just like oil has an infinite minimum. Started out at 1400. It's now at 299 and it is more than sufficient. Not all of these are pumping. And we could still bump the production up with Mark III speed actually, so we will never have to install new fluorine production. And neither will we have to install new oil production. 969 plus 177. And I don't think that's even at minimum yet. Yeah, that is not even halfway down to the minimum yet. The first one. That is how little oil we are using here. So this infinite minimum production is also going to be plenty for forever. So we only need to replenish lithium brine. I put heat pipes out here. I don't think I ever connected any of this. Yeah, there is nothing there. So Aquilo seems to be fine. So if you look again, Aquilo, Prometheum are fine, Fulgora is fine, Gleba is fine. The only other planet which really needs work is Vulcanus then. So it looks like we can get all science specs up to 1800 SPM reliably for a while. I don't think Novice is completely done, but I think Novice will be stable for a while. Let's go to Vulcanus. I'm so scared to leave this planet behind, man. We have no base defense, so that includes no defenses in this biter area, no defenses. This is a biter zoo. We need to zap the medium biters because they can escape between this here. So this is a biter zoo. It only shoots the medium biters. It's not really base defense, it's part of the design. Similar to this over here. It's the biter zoo design. It absorbs the pollution. So I think Gleba has been doing fine as well though. There is no... We had one scary moment when we installed the bioflux, where we just leached off bioflux production. Where is it? Into the separate rocket silo here. That ended up stealing too much bioflux from science, and then this guy didn't get its nutrients. But that could have gone wrong, but for the rest it has been running as stable as you can dream of. There is the small hiccup. There is the small hiccup about 20 hours ago. For the rest though, smooth line. Right, so the only thing we need to go is to go to Vulcanus then. Let's do it. I'm gonna store my stuff in this chest over here. The question is, do we need to bring anything to Vulcanus? Except for my armor. Let's first launch up the armor. Not this one. This one. Yeah, how well does do absorbing pollution? Any reason you didn't switch to trees? I did research it, I think, as part of the keeping the science graph stable when we were rebuilding the labs kind of thing. Why we didn't switch to trees? Because there was no need. We had the biter zoos around here early on, and they're still working, so it's working. And if it's not broken and it's working, you know the advice: don't try to effing fix it. Keep your dirty beaters off of those things if they are doing their job and they're doing it well. So we have this over here, and then we came up with the imprisonment, which is working even better. It completely drains the pollution right next to the most dirty entities we've got in the base, the biolabs. These things are doing 140 pollution per minute each. And we got a lot of them. Alright, we get to see the old levels and new levels, I suppose. The old levels was this. The biter bases were doing 6.6 to 6.6k with just the biter zoos. Now we're doing 13 to 14k stable. Yeah, 13k absorption. That is more than all of the rest combined. 2 times over. 2 or 3 times over. Okay, well, we're about to get another free 360 SPM. I'm getting addicted, man, to this technology. Another free 360 SPM. We were doing 5904 SPM from our 1800 physical science packs. Not too long ago, and now we get a free 1000 SPM on top of that. Just out of thin air. That is wonderful. We were looking if we needed to take something to Vulcanus. Technically, we only want to relocate these mining outposts. We're not using productivity modules in here because tungsten is such a pain in the behind to mine. I think we're just taking the design and plopping it on some new patch somewhere. We don't have a logistics network on Vulcanus just yet. So let's check in these chests. We do have plenty of beacons. We have more modules as well. It looks like we have enough to set up more patches. Belts we have automated on here, so that should be good. I don't think we'll need anything else really. All of the bells should be... Oh, we have green belts automated and red ones. I don't think we automated blue belts here, or at least we're not storing them. But red belts we should have plenty, and red belts are good enough. I don't think we need anything else, so off to Vulcanus we go. And I have a lot of trouble with my free hard disk space these days when editing videos, so I'm going to delete that other 160 megabyte save. Well, Johnny's... they can be happy again. We are launching off of this planet. They're sniping my logistics bots, man. Oh no, they destroyed... oh boy. They destroyed a pipe for my fusion reactor. I forgot about that. But that was a possibility. Everything is still connected though. It's still interconnected, just this pipe is missing. Yeah, it's connected through here. Look at that. Redundancy. I can't believe I actually made that redundant. But I did. So now I get to gloat and boast. Let's go to Vulcanus with this old brick of a ship. 600 hours? Yeah, 600 hours, man. Research productivity 3 before 600 hours. Not too shabby. That is just... if you just calculate it back to normal default settings, we are about to be 36 minutes into the run. 36 minutes. 1000 times is a lot of times. I've said it before, I will say it again. I used to always think I understood how big 1000 is. But it's a lot. It's a lot of times. I cannot even imagine doing this is just... It feels like it's not that much more, you know. 1000 is a pretty standard number, man, but pretty commonly used number. I mean, the difference between €1 and €1,000, or like 1 cent and €10, doesn't feel like a 1000 times difference, you know, but after playing 1000 times Science Cost, that it really is. It feels a lot more staggeringly huge in terms of the difference. Alright. After much ado, without further ado, we're gonna be landing. Right, our beautiful coal scatterings, carbon scatterings are still laying on the floor. Always the first quest after visiting a planet after a long absence is, where the heck did I leave my inventory? I think I should have a place for it, so let's go look up there. I also should drop the other armor, really. So we can run a bit faster. We got the beacons and the modules, but we'll probably pick those up. This looks like it could be my inventory. There's not too much garbage in there. I think we will pick up this entire chest of stuff. And we got a couple rare drills. We'll see how that goes. I think the first thing I want to do is just start up the quality cycle again. Can I even? Oh yeah, we can make this stuff from molten iron. I guess I never automated calcite to here. Let's bring over some calcite then. We can also pick up the other armor. Okay. I guess 2 chests will have to do for now. Alright, that will start up these things again. It's just laying in the way. These are all full. We got the rare ones. Got some more rare ones here. We got a lot more rare ones over here. All of the quality coal is gone, but this is only used for drills as well, and foundries. Yeah, if we'll automate this is all going to be automated, you know, post. can make more. We still have carbon. So we could actually make more still. We have the carbon. What's the carbon used for? Can we not make spoilage from carbon? It's the other way around, right? Yeah, what if we recycle carbon? And we get back carbon. I think if I want quality spoilage for Mark III efficiency modules, I should just do something with nutrients. And let those spoil. That seems to be the easiest way. Alright, so now these are going again. Alright. There we go! 6,900 and something signs per minute. Nice. Only 5 hours till the next level. Those times are getting longer and longer between each level now though. So there's that. I guess that did activate... That did activate... quality again. I think these chests will fill up before the other chests. It's gonna last forever. Alright, so that means this mining patch. No. This mining patch is gonna be somewhat operational again. Because we get only a limited amount of quality tungsten out of here. And we are prioritizing the belt with the quality tungsten. In the general flow over here. So that will help. That will be the immediate remedy. So now we just gotta go and actually do some work. But I still have one more way to postpone it. And that is because it is dinner break. So I'm going to go eat something. And I'll be back in like 20 to 25-ish minutes. I guess I have no reason to not just let the base run, right? For real this time. While we are off to dinner. So what do we want to watch? It's kind of boring, I suppose. Space Casino is extremely boring. Spaceships, they just wait on planets. I think there is nothing else to watch except some section of the main base here. Let's use the unit group. We'll have the circles again. Just to demonstrate how it all works. Alright, good enough. That is gonna cause a little bit of lag, but that's the cost of having a nice break screen. Alright. How long do you play this already? It looks like about 600 hours. It was on the top. 1k and 1 million feels like a huge... Yeah, that I have to agree with. That feels like a lot bigger difference than $1 and $1,000. 1,000 and 1 million. Alright, hopefully I don't wiggle any cables too much. They're still uploading. Okay, I'm going to be back in 20 to 25 minutes. See you after the break. Right. How's it going? Did everything break already? Right, so I'm not quite ready to continue just yet. I'm still making coffee. So this is probably the best time to answer some questions from people who asked questions like 45 minutes ago and have long since left. So let's read back to chat a bit. What's your progress in 1000% or 1000 times science course Dead World? No chances? No, actually, I think we got a fairly good chance of making it. We've got the Gun-turret research opening strategy dialed down to as optimized as it can be now. So I want to basically, I don't want to keep restarting now anymore. I just want to basically do one definitive run and perhaps sometimes take a break to just look ahead in the future a bit to see if anything comes up that will change the stuff we are doing, which we should be doing ahead of time. Like, for example, the location of the anti-expansion wall. How far out can it actually be? Here on default settings we didn't really care too much about it because we have so much space. But on that world we don't have a lot of space, so every chunk that we can claim matters. So we're gonna have to do some tests to see exactly what the best location is. So those kind of things, those we will need to know ahead of time so we don't build the entire wall like one chunk too far away or too close by. We need to get it right the first time. But for the opening strategy, I think we've got a fairly dialed plan. The question then is, do we have enough resources to make it to where we need to make it? And can we extract those resources at a good enough pace to actually make it there? So that is the question. I think yeah, that's going to be make or break. But in general, I think we have a decent chance, especially if we allow base defense, which we are going to allow. Still going to go for keeping our hands clean. But yeah, base defense and eating fish, that's already part of the strategy now. Hey, you're still here. It's good. Didn't leave yet. 45 minutes ago. See, repeating the question, what's the inserter update time? The amount of long inserters is absurdly high. Also, the amount of regular inserters is absurdly high. I don't know if we can see this in this mode. I looked at it, it was surprisingly low. We have less than 3 milliseconds of update time for the inserters. And the total update time is about 10 milliseconds. It says, no, that is not true. I don't want to delete this this thing. I think we have a video. I will need to look this. I need to make the coffee. I'll be right back. I'll need to look at this when I'm not zoomed out like a maniac. Oh, I left this on the screen. Professional. Let's go stand somewhere next to this demolisher corpse, for instance. Time usage. So the entire entity update is 5.5 to 6, and then the inserters themselves are about 3. 2.3, 2.4. And now we should have 60 UPS. Yeah, we have 60 UPS. You can speed it up to about 100 UPS still on the system while streaming, so it's not too bad. So yeah, I'm surprised how well we're still running overall, because not only do we have only yellow and red inserters, we also do not have the capacity bonus for the inserters. So even my basic inserters all have hand size 1 instead of hand size 2. That's another that is another almost doubling of the amount of inserter swings that are needed to get everything done. So yeah, I don't know how it works, it's kind of magic, but it does. Right. What PC specs do you have? It's like a... It's not a PC, it's a laptop. I'm streaming on a laptop. It's a... I don't know, I don't exactly know what I have. Can you see it somewhere in the... Can I flick on any of these options? GPU time update. I do have a dedicated video card. Because of the video editing mostly. Info, system information. There it should be. Alright, we have 13th generation Intel i9 13900H, 2600 MHz, 14 cores, 20 logic processors. It's like a low high-end to high mid-end gaming laptop, I think. The video card is something from Nvidia. This is not the place where I usually see that information. Hier? Ah ja, hier is de... Alright, I'll finish up the coffee and then we'll continue. kinda not bad for factory, alright. Yeah, like I said, I look mostly for the video editing, since that is a lot heavier than Factorio usually is. It works good enough to make these quote-unquote 4K videos, except for that Vulcanus livestream section. The native resolution is 3200 by 2000, so that makes for a lot more detail than just the standard 1080p. Although it does do the 16:10 ratio instead of 16:9, which is nice for video editing, but not so much for streaming and whatnot. Again, a very interesting... I'm looking at you. Got my headphones, got my coffee. Let's do something. Okay, I should integrate more of this AFK stuff in my my progress. Already 11% technology for free. Good stuff. Right. Alright, let's save it. AFK progress. Alright, so we were... Looks like science is still good. This is normal because of the annoying chest stuff. Maybe we should fix that as well. I can get a smooth 1800 SPM production all the time if I fix my buffer chest system to be 16 by 1 instead of 8 by 2 like this. Now we are kinda drawing unequal from the front and the back chest, so we are slowly losing science specs in the buffer, which is why the science graph here looks annoying. That's the sole reason. So that basically means when we are not launching science, this is just backing up, and then we cannot stash the science fast enough into the chest. We are inserter limited, believe it or not. I guess everybody believes it. So this just backs up and doesn't produce at full speed anymore for a minute or two until the next ship comes along. I think we were supposed to go out, build mining outposts. Little Jimmy's patch is off limits. I think we want to go take a look over here, I suppose. There is a 9 million tungsten ore to be gained. That might actually fit 2 of those. We are already fitting 2 of those beacon sets on smaller patches, so it should definitely fit 2. Tungsten is coming in from the top though, so I guess we want to bring it over to the top and integrate it into these belts from those almost finished mining patches. So it would have to go up along the back side, I suppose. There's a lot more tungsten patches here as well. Small one there. I think let's see what we can fit on there. I probably still have the old blueprint for the tungsten patch here. One red belt of tungsten. Oh yeah, we can fit way more on here than 2. Let's see what we can do. We don't have the foundations and stuff yet. So it looks like I will be able to fit only 3. What if this is also this direction? The problem is we cannot get our belts out. Right. I think we can manage 4 belts if we do a little bit. We can actually do this, right? We should be able to mine on that central belt and then just join the 2 outward belts. Yeah, that's pretty good. That by itself is the replacement for all of these 4 belts. And 4 belts is what has run out. These are still pretty decent. I didn't pick up the other armor just yet. I just like how this steam plant looks. At least I cannot accidentally run into biter bases here. When I'm reading chat, I can of course crash myself under a demolisher though, so I still probably should. Yeah, like that. Oh, it even disables the flying ability of the mech armor. Okay. Okay, I'm just gonna save here the AFK progress. Editing might need some save as well, but I'm not gonna give him 160 megabytes for every peanut butter. Let's see if we're missing something. No. We can build everything. Question is, we can move this down, can we not? Maybe we can move it back a little. Is there like a... I wish those 1 tile pits did not exist, man. That is fairly annoying. This one only affects these 2 drills anyway, so we could do this instead. This one affects that as well. Alright, I think we're gonna roll with that. How are we gonna get out of here? We cannot underground under the lava, so this doesn't work. It does not connect. So we need to get it out. Preferably all in this space. We got some green belts, so we can do some merging. For instance, this can just go as such. This would work actually. This all goes on one side of the belt. This all goes on the other side of the belt. I kind of feel only 1 more belt fits down out of here. I guess technically another belt fits out like this. Oh, we'll see. We'll try to keep it looking normal. If we do that though... cannot get out anything. Okay, we're gonna have to go green. We're gonna have to go green. Guess for building that there. Technically it would also work if this just joins at any other random spot. Like, we actually have more space on the top side. So this would work as well. And then we can join them together with this guy over here on a green belt. I don't have green splitters on me. Looks like we have to go back then. That has to be green. That could be one belt. The other belt has to go out like this then. Means this belt has to go out like this. Then we can just follow the cliff edge until we're out of there. We'll split it into 4 belts again pretty soon, I think. I think somewhere over here we can go 4 red belts again. Something like that. So we're gonna need to pick up some green belts and some more red belts, I suppose. Right, then the trick now is to connect these two. This one is placed the wrong way around. We gotta merge these two as well. It should be fairly simple. This is one red belt. This is the other red belt. And then we can merge those together as well. Alright. So that's just a stack of green belts and 4 splitters. And then a ton of red belts, as many as we can carry. Time to research foundation. Yeah, maybe. So it kind of seemed like a waste though. Since we can still get so much science for free. I think the trick is to first get the more accessible levels of research productivity and mining productivity. All of the more levels of this we get, and the more levels of mining productivity get, the fewer resources we will actually be consuming to get all the other technology after it. So it kind of makes sense. If we don't need anything urgently, to just hold off on that. Let's see what we got in the green belt area. Don't think we got that much, but we should have enough to get some things done. We got a lot of green. That's like 10k Oh no, we have a lot. We do have a lot. Okay, we got over 3 chests of green belts here. I'll take some stuff back. Let's take all the splitters. We can carry all of that. Let's just take all that we can carry back to here. And we'll just take some of it. Undergrounds we don't need a lot, because it's Vulcanus, we cannot go underground under lava, so the use for those are limited. Probably want to take a couple more red splitters though. Belts are free, belts are free. I almost ran myself under little Jimmy. So far away all this stuff. Okay, here we are, here we are. Alright, we're saving here. Editing Mike can just deconstruct and then Control Z it back. Like the cheater that he is. Okay, we're gonna have to go... I think we go around the back. Can we... We need to send some exploration mission. To find out how the heck we can get out of here in general. But the first part is gonna be... the same, we just need to get out of this cluster. Alright. Coal is going up along the inside. But coal is joined over here, whereas tungsten needs to be joined up here. So we will go around this guy's small Jimmy's territory. Where is he anyway? He's over there. Okay, we gotta follow this guy's path a little bit. And also I gotta switch off my roboport, so I will be placing back the pipes. Ah no, we are not. Alright. So what I want to know is, does he naturally get out of his territory? I have not seen little Jimmy in this area of the map yet, while he was not enraged at, you know, all kinds of pipes laying all over the floor. So I don't really know what the pattern is, but it would be quite nice if we, for instance, just could go like right next to his territory. I would like that. I guess the best way to test it is to just build it. Of course we gotta have some lava in the way here. We do have cliff explosives on Vulcanus, and I'm not too scared to use them. He shouldn't get enraged if I stay out of his territory. Of course we cannot we cannot go on the left side, we cannot go underground either. Looks like like we're gonna have to do something like that to get all 4 lanes through there. It would be nice if you can come up right here next to the lava then. Question is, does he make a tight turn here? Shouldn't really matter because we're not on the edge of his territory. I want to be on the edge. If we can. I don't think he's gonna turn out here. Yeah, he's already... He's gonna go left. The question is, can I get 3 bells around here? Without going off course. Hey, we might. We might be able to get that done. That's belt number 2. Belt number 3. And 4. Those won't connect anyway because of the lava. Alright, so now we gotta connect it all the way to here. Ideally in a straight line. And I think we can just about get 4 belts next to here. And then we basically have laid out the entire trajectory. Can I? Alright. It should fit, but I just cannot figure it out. Alright, this has to be here. Question is, do we respect the cliffs? I forgot to have these. It would be quite funny to... keep all the cliffs around. That seemed to fit. Yeah. I don't treat all cliffs equal, do I? So this is interesting. Yeah, that doesn't... That is even not green beltable, I think. Is that green beltable? It's one tile off here, one tile too far. This is a nice looking cliff though. Well, we don't have... We need to wait for the 5th color of bells, I suppose. Before we can do that. Well, then all has got to go. Really? Alright, we somehow turned that into an inaccessible cliff now. Suddenly this was a peninsula before, and now it's just wrapped around and is completely closed off. That is how cliffs work. Okay, we're too far, too far. Alright. I think it's time that we then switch this on. This is a 9.2 million tungsten patch. Alright, there's as simple as hooking it up to the coal patch, I suppose. There we go. No gaps in the transport lines. So that's 2 full green belts or 4 full red belts. I have to say my blueprints do appear a little bit incomplete. Oh wait, this is way over specification now. We have like 2 or 3 extra levels of mining productivity already. Okay, and we have power problems. I did forget about that part. That means everything is gonna have a bit of power issues. I think we'll survive it though. We got enough buffer. We will simply take away the beacons from the depleted patches, and that should stabilize stuff again. We have then simply exchanged four belts for 4 belts. Okay, around Jimmy's territory we go. Still have 4k belts left, so not too bad. Oh, I didn't pay attention to how he went over here though. I think we gotta do some more scouting before deciding something. Will you notice that one underground left behind? No. All 4 belts are full so far. The answer is no. I will not notice. Okay, so we gotta bring it over here. Over here and over here, or basically, yeah, over there. We do have space for 1 green belt that can go between here to join up over there, and then the other green belt can already come over here. So we need to go here. Let's see. How can we get in? We can, I guess, get out to here. This does look like 2 green belts will fit. Then we're basically already in. Also means we really want to probably go straight. Approximately. This is all going to be in the way anyway. Maybe we can find a nice path along one of these cliffs. Like this one. Okay, looks like Jimmy doesn't eat up any of this stuff. Oh, there's going to be a lot of tungsten ore in the inventory. Oh, can I selectively destroy this cliff? I don't think I can. Can we... Yes, again, that's too long. This one will make it? No, even this one will make it. Okay, we did it. Then we just have to draw these. And we can basically just go forward for a while. Long enough to draw empty that belt, and then we can just connect this. Almost straight up. I think we'll keep these as well. And the rest was just going straight for a while. I guess technically we can make another small zigzag turn. If we go straight, we're gonna come up right here. Is okay as well. We can just go green belt then from this point. Suppose we'll keep go green. We'll keep it green because we will need to change again anyway. This cliff is slightly too long. Alright, we're almost there. Why is 2 times red belt? I haven't fully automated green belt limitlessly yet. I can make green belts whenever we are not researching anything Vulcanus related, but I want to run research productivity for a couple tens of hours to stress test the base. Okay, that's the wrong way. Okay, let's first figure out how we're gonna match that up. I think we'll first get rid of all of these. All of these old mining drills. The ones which mined tungsten outside of the beaconed area. Because those are technically not doing anything. This thing is still running, 13k left to go. Alright, I guess we'll keep that then. Let's double the speed. Alright. So one of the green belts has to go into this cluster, and one of them has to go onto here. This has to become a green belt. So I guess we do want to pause. With both of those. Okay, we can already sneak through this area. Which means this is gonna become available for our green belts. There is no middle. I guess the optical middle is kinda this. Alright. So we got belt number 1. Which has to go in here, basically. And then we should basically have input priority. Let's keep input priority on the old patches so we can fully drain those. I do want to take away the beacons because of the power issue. The drills are using 2.4 megawatts. We might be able to alternate. Maybe that's not too bad. At the cost of 2 beacons, have minimum usage mining drills. That's 60 kilowatts instead of 2.4 megawatts. So 4 of these drills, almost 10 megawatts. Now it's 0.2. Yeah, I think we'll do that for here as well. Get rid of all the beacons. And do that instead. I did not bring any non-rare mining drills. Alright, that looks decent. Yeah, no, you know what? We're not gonna keep all of that around. This will run out fast. Those will run out fast enough, but these, especially here in the front, they won't. So I gotta use some more normal power lines. Like a normal person. Alright, so that should get rid of this last little bit a bit faster. That's now all minus 80%. That's good. And we are filtering in this whenever we need to. It looks like we don't need it yet. Now we just gotta upgrade this belt to green. And it will have to go into this belt over here. Something like this then. So yeah, we can actually go up here. That's a little bit dumb. That's the final belt. Let's try to go up over here. Yeah, sure. Whatever, Mike. That'll work. And we'll give this the same treatment. Most of these have run out, not all. 46k to go. $4k to go. The center is dead except for this front area here. I think we're just gonna pick up everything. Alright, so all of this needs to stay. $200 kilowatts. It doesn't make sense to spend the second beacon for one mining drill to bring it down the rest. But that should keep us out of trouble again. It's indeed looking alright again. So we got those rocket launch moments coming up where the power usage is higher. And looks like during that rocket launch moment we connected that new mining drill. So hopefully this will go back to looking like maximum dis. I think that should work. So these drills will be slower than they were before, but that's alright. Let's distribute this as well. Really, it should be before. But alright. That should be tungsten for Vulcanus fixed. Four new tungsten belts. That should get the tungsten section. That should keep it moving again for quite a while. We got this 9 million patch now, delivering 4 belts. If we discount what is left over here, that means we got a combined 5.5 million feeding the other 3 belts. So we got 9 million feeding 4 belts and 5.5 million feeding 3 belts, with a little bit of help of the quality miners on this side over here. So that'll do for tungsten to keep Vulcan science going. Surely. Then now the question becomes, what about coal? At some point we're gonna have, you know, logistic systems and whatnot. But it is not today. Alright, so we did hook up this coal patch as a backup. 2 of the belts are moving. Coal is not so power hungry. We are using efficiency modules mining drills for that, because coal mines way faster. There's basically 3 million left over here. Where do we have more coal anyway? 315, huh? Annoying. We got some smaller patches up here, which is fairly far away. Also annoyingly between the lava here. I think the thing that makes the most sense to do is hook up this other coal patch. And bring it into here as well. Do we have space for another 4 belts next to this? Or are we gonna go green belts? We can go on the outside here. This is demolisher territory, but we could go on the bottom here for sure. I've got calcite, but we can go temporarily to green. We got this part. That would be nice in green as well. Just go to 4 green belts around this area, I suppose. And for the rest, we can build it next to here. All the way up to here. Then we go green. Stay green, stay green, stay green until here we can go red again. Then we move this over here. We can go up, 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 up. And here we will go green again, I suppose, before going in here. That should do it. Okay, so we're gonna need some more green belts then. Yeah, not that many. I think we got plenty of green splitters as well. It is just red belts that we need. We are making those. How is it with the calcite supplies over here? Not great. I forgot how much inventory space I have these days. It's not really that efficient anymore. Alright. We'll first head over to that coal patch. Only getting energy in Vulcanus was practically free. No, it's not. Don't you see the time investment it takes to set up some simple power on Vulcanus? Alright, so if we're gonna come from here... Can we do some dumb corner shenanigans here to make it fit? I think we can. There we go. Yeah, that's 4 belts. Who says you need a full corner space? We gotta go over here. I think we're gonna take some sort of easy route. We can use another one of those. Why red bells? So cursed. Yeah, I got I don't have the rare chests in my inventory here. I only have like 14,000 rare chests on Fulgora. Not even joking. Okay, I'm literally gonna say, where is the coal? I'm standing on top of it. That looks to be like a straight corner. Alright, so I want to copy this thing, I suppose. Let me take a look. Okay, we're missing some modules now. I guess we gotta... see if we still have some on the ship. There's a weird shaped patch. I think we go... something like this. They should produce red bells, right? This is 12 per second. Yeah, this is 4 red bells of coal already. Okay, I think that alignment is pretty sweet. We can put like 1 drill on the bottom or something to catch the rest. And we'll catch this with regular coal drills, I suppose. Not the richest of patches. Five 4, 5 8. I'm gonna say that was 6. And this is gonna be 5.4. So I'm missing 11 modules. I don't think I have more in my chests over here. But I probably have some on the spaceship, so let's send down 1 stack. That should be good enough. Yeah, I guess we want to go all the way to the edge. Let's try to keep this at the front of the copy queue paste for once. Alright, we made it to the other one. This corner is cursed. Right, pretty sweet. I think we're close by enough now to... okay, not really. To pick up the modules, I would say. gonna say, but let's... I know, since copy-paste was added, I hardly use blueprints anymore. In fact, this cliff is sacred for some reason. I think here we were supposed to go green. Alright, so before we figure that out, let's get some coal on the belt, because it will take a while to get it all up there. We should have the efficiency modules. Here's the behemoth demolisher, by the way. Small, hardly visible. Medium, big one, and then the behemoth chunky boy. Let's grab the modules. Hey Johnny. Cheers. Where are we? Okay, I again ran way past where I was supposed to go. I suppose let's first get the missing modules in there. It's been such a long time since we've done something like building mining outposts. That should get the patch scanning. I don't think I'm doing any resource counting here, like on Norvis. But let's keep at least the patches visible. Alright, so that should not do much. Okay, we're back to the old pattern, the old power pattern. So yeah, at night we do have we are exactly brushing up against that power cost stuff. Okay, these actually could be affected by speed. That will mine all the coal not on the patch. I think that should do. These will be mining 3.5 a second. We can still get them down to -80 if we put a speed module in there like so. Yeah, we'll get them out of range of the beacon. I think that's a better idea. Let's just use the cheap modules. Five per second, so I can do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We can team up 3 drills on one side of a belt. So basically like this. Get rid of this one first. And there should not come more than one belt of coal out there. I'm gonna try to mine up the edges first. Okay, so that's all minimum pollution mining drills. Question is, should I go all out? Probably no. Get a little bit of back pressure on there. Alright, so now we are definitely prioritizing the edges. Oh, hello. Hope I'm not encroaching on your territory too much, dear sir. These guys are like the Vogons of Factorio, man. The Vogons from the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Super bureaucratic, you know. This belt is exactly okay, but if I would put it here, all hell would break loose. They also would destroy, I think, my the rest of my belts by accident if I did this. Okay, there he comes. Angry, angry, angry. And now he will accidentally He might make a tight enough turn that he doesn't destroy any of my stuff. Well, it's your lawn or it's not your lawn, that's true. Behemoth fish, man. Hydrate and Vulcanus. I should hydrate some more. I'm wondering, yeah, if it's possible in the late game, how much of your resources could you get from space? You could... What would be possible, right? Okay, I'm gonna get sidetracked real quick. Just for a minute. I promise. Where's my space casino? Alright, so what kind of resources can you get from space? There are 6 resources, right? Basically water, ice, calcite, carbon and sulfur, and iron and copper. This means you have coal. There's no stone in space though. Coal means you can do coal liquefaction, maybe. Ice means you can do it with the steam. So you would only need the planet-specific resources, right? And then stone is the planet-specific resource for Novice, I suppose. I guess Gleba still has all the plant stuff. There's a mod based on that space block. Yeah, I did hear about it. I was thinking about it. I do like the block, the something block kind of maps. Alright, so I guess we will slowly morph back into green belts as it becomes necessary. All right. And then these bells will have to become green as well. So I guess that's 1 and 2. Okay, I guess we will make an upgrade planner to make sure all those bells will have been upgraded. We'll do the fake undergrounds in green as well. Seem to be using these more often these days. I got the one for red to yellow to red. Where are we going? Ah yeah, we are gonna go past this stage as well. Yeah, I do have enough green belts to be able to afford this, I think. Alright, and then here we're gonna go out to red belts again. One by one. Guess we gotta do this then. That should be 8 red belts again. And we can finish up. Looks like we want blue belts for the calcite. Yeah, we can go all the way. Nobody should become angry at us. Even though that guy who's screaming right now, why is this slow? I think I missed an upgrade. Okay, we missed a couple upgrades. The bots have betrayed me once again. That is hard to spot once it's all backed up, though. You missed some belt upgrades. Thank you. If only I read chat as much as I should. You cannot steam in space without uranium. Yeah, but in the endgame situation we should definitely have that. It's probably just more interesting to do a proper space block mod instead of just trying to see how far you can get in vanilla. It would be nice if you could get all the way, or like all the way except just a tiny little bit. The green bell does reach under the trees. Don't know why those trees have to survive again, but apparently they do. Wait, these are perfectly aligned diagonally. So we have to do something like that then. Alright, so this is like a, I guess, temporary-ish thing. For now we just want to upgrade all of this to green. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. We don't. We do want this to be able to replenish the full 8 belts of copper later on. But this red is okay. We just need to upgrade until over here, basically. Alright, so all of that is green. And these we just gotta merge back into being green. Or at least for as long as this is alive. It's going to be a bit more annoying. Okay, we're going to have a lot of coal in the inventory. I do want to keep them separated out, I think. So we're going to get sort of this pattern. And then just the rest has to cut to underground. And we're basically there. That should do it. And with this, we have also fixed coal. We have now got 2 new coal mines. For completion, I probably want to fill this in as well. But yeah, once the existing ones run out, this is completely gone, 5.2 million. I did miss a tiny sliver of coal over here. Which means all of these beacons can go. Okay, that'll mine up the front. The back is gonna be mined up completely. Oh, this is gonna take so long. It is gonna take fairly long as well. We are not in a particular hurry to mine all of this out, I think. So this patch is still pretty good. These two are done, but we have got 2 full new replacement patches already. We could make this the backup patch. And then just rely on the 2 new patches. Those will run for quite a while. Okay, I am a little bit annoyed by 315 coal. Let's get rid of it. Yeah, it's going to be out pretty soon. This can technically be picked up completely. I should at least pick up the beacons. I think we're picking everything up. Is independently. That was the quality coal area. I don't think we're gonna do quality anymore. For a while. 5.2 million coal down the drain. I'm gonna get ahead of things. I'm gonna say 8.8 million coal down the drain. 3.2 remaining there. I think we're gonna put one of those 8x8 splitters here at the very end. So that we are drawing equally from all the belts. Give it a little bit of space. They're still not doing lane balancing, but that's alright. Alright. I think that's our... Finally, I've been talking about it for 100 hours, I think. But that is the imminent Vulcan resource crisis, probably solved for good. Or at least for... It's not going to be the first thing to fail anymore. That all took so long that we're already almost on the last stack of Prometheum asteroids. Almost, but not quite. $200k left to go. I think the Norwegian chests should be pretty close to full. They are. We are blazing through science at full speed still. including military signs. Alright, that means I have grabbed every last belt out of here. At some point I want to like automate everything interplanetary like a normal megabase would. But I think it's too early still. I mean, we're barely 600 hours into the game. I cannot build a mall just yet. No, but more seriously, like some essential technologies for an end game mall are still missing, like the qualities and the inserter upgrades and all the kind of stuff. We cannot even make stack inserters or bulk inserters yet, or foundations, or you know. So I think it's still too early. But before we overhaul all the planets again to legendary quality and probably a higher SPM count, a higher actual science production count, we got 1800 SPM on the planets now. Until we need that, before we do that, I mean, we're going to build a interplanetary mall so we can request everything to everywhere, from everywhere automatically. Fully logisticized, normal player base. I can do this. I believe in myself. What a gorgeous ship, thank you. It is just another flying brick. The brick size is a little bit larger than usual, but for the rest it's still just a brick. It's the first time I try to do my best to not use every single tile of space. I just put the belts on there, a little bit of extra space I kept, and in the end it can fit all this stuff easily. So there is space for some nice belt routing instead of, you know, normally my ships look more like this, but on a larger scale. Everything is like clustered together and nothing is clear. So it is very nice too to have a compact ship that can do everything. And the thing is, well, if you want to make a change, you cannot. Ships like these are impossible to change. Whereas it was my first time building a Prometheum ship, so I did want to have the option to change stuff. Yeah, it's not very high tech. It's just belt storage, laser turrets, rail guns with chaining the ammo through, and then some belts for the asteroids, and then the railgun production with what? That's basically it. There is nothing more. I guess we got a fusion reactor pasted down. But yeah, the fun fact, the ship is so large that I cannot connect the two fuel systems together without the pipe being... Without pumps, this the maximum pipe length would be surpassed on this ship. Alright. I think we're ready to go home. Maybe I want to change... I want to change this to... I want to get a nice science graph production here as well. We got those dips because of these chests being filled. Not exactly equal. We need like 7 point something inserters to empty the red belt, not 8, which leads to this chest being emptier than this chest. So can I change that? I need to change it for both sides. This side is going to be a little bit trickier. So basically what I want to make a one wide system. I don't need to make a one wide system. I mean, we've got one wide systems. The question is, do I actually build a buffer? And the answer is, if I do so, I should do it on Novis, not on the other planets. Or I should increase my ships. My ships can only transport... They are calibrated to transport the amount of science that we are producing. Just thinking ahead again to... Like, if I double these 4 science packs, the production of these 4 science packs, we can research stuff like processing unit, productivity, rocket part productivity, and low density structure productivity. We can research those at twice the speed if we just keep producing and storing up the specific science pack for that one. But the first 4 are always the same, for those useful ones at least. So do we make this bigger? We don't need to make it bigger for purple science, because purple science is going to have to be doubled anyway. If we want to do that. Thing is, it needs to be pretty big. Those storage systems need to be pretty big. I think we have to reserve quite some space for it. I mean, we got a nice bunch of space on Novis where I never promised that my bot ball would go. That could be a giant science storage area where we can store a couple million of each science pack to accommodate for those later. How fast does this go up in cost anyway? Oh, let's go pretty fast. We don't need to complete a full level to benefit from the alternating. We can just research like 5 million of EM science, then switch over to 5 million of Aquilo science, and then switch over to 5 million of Vulcan science, and then just cycle back and forth. As long as these base core science packs are being produced at double the rate, we should be able to do that. I think there was some laser damage half researched in there, the spider. I mean, it's not very difficult to change this. Well, we're launching right now, so technically I can do it. We have space. Do we? Alright, let's just see. I have 16 inserters to draw empty. Is this going to be my first usage of fast inserters? This is all inserters I ever produced in the entire game. You might notice a suspicious lack of fast inserters over here. We haven't used them at all yet. No, don't start now. Yeah, I think so too. I think so too. Can build a mobile.com. I'm mostly worried about the quality stuff. I cannot really build a mall because most of my builds involve quality machinery in one way or the other. And I'm simply not rich enough to afford everything in limitless rare quality just yet, especially not the planet-specific machines. It kind of doesn't make sense. It also has a lot of fastness. I bet it does. Alright, how many of these do I need? That's 484 degrees a second. That's 1.34. That means I need 23 inserters of these two. Yeah, we're gonna have to stick with the long-handeds, I think. That's annoying because that's a fairly expensive with an E, a fairly big layout. So ideally we just want to do something like this then. Get rid of the second row. Alright. Let's go everywhere in the top spot. You have to do some shenanigans to make sure that, in fact, too much inventory. I have to hook those up already. Alright, so if I want to guarantee a, what's it called? Make it look nice. If I want to guarantee a equal draw from all the bells, I'm gonna have to do some better shenanigans than this. Technically, we could do this. To keep some distance. And then put lane balancers on there. Now we got 2 lane balancers. A little bit annoying that this guy has to go straight here. So that means we're gonna need another one of those. Since these are lane balanced, this also should be lane balanced, no matter which side it draws from. We'll take one from the left, one from the right, and that will come from each side of the lane. So if I take signs like this, we should see all bells moving here equally, and it does look like we do. Alright. So that means we did not really expand sign storage. Okay, I thought most of these were not full. It has to be fairly balanced, so let me just quickly invest the time. Okay, that's going to be good enough. So now we should have equal draw, at least for a continuous production. We shouldn't see those bumps anymore. They should flatten out after some time. It's not really a great space to do that for purple signs, except maybe down there. So if we copy this, it does not fit here. It does fit here, but that doesn't look nice. So we could bring it down here instead. Let's just get rid of all those rocks here then. So there is space to make it bigger. signs in, signs out. Would be nice if it flew in like here or something. And out here again. This one has to flow out, I guess, like so. Here it comes back. That's the back coming belt. And this is the outgoing belt. We can do that. No. I'm gonna get foundation just to fill in those super tiny holes. That is annoying. Thanks, Ascendancy Dota, for the raid. Welcome, everybody. We are playing Factorio. First thing I want to say is don't learn from me. Do not do it. This is a game about automation. And I am preparing to do hand feeding. But it's still early game, you know. We're only 600 hours in, so it's not that bad. Automating handcrafting, okay. you have seen me do stuff before, I take it then. But yeah, that is correct. We automate hand feeding. There's just too much to move around with. So this is 1000 times science cost, which means the entire game. It is a struggle to get technology for, even for things like inserter upgrades and bot speed, bot carry capacity. So that's the main reason we have been doing stuff by hand. The other thing is the amounts you are dealing with are just so massively massive. Like this is like a couple 100,000 of science packs. It would take forever to do that with bots, and then I would need more power for the roboports and everything spirals just out of control. I keep telling myself that and nobody can convince me otherwise. Okay, I don't have more purple signs in stock. That's unfortunate. I'm missing like a lot of stacks. So we're gonna go from the other side. At least we got some decent carry capacity upgrades for ourselves now. Which further devaluates the usage of bots. Alright, that's pretty good. Open up the chests again. And that should do it. Now we can take our stuff again. And get rid of the old storage system. That does not rely... Power does not rely on that, so we can do that. can connect that again. And we're gonna have it look like that. Now we just need to power this. And it looks like we're gonna have to do it with normal power lines. Alright, we should be back. I'll just wait for a second. Yeah. Would be curious how far someone can push the challenges with just good play, like no spawn blocking, abuse expansion rules, etc, etc. I think you're gonna run pretty quickly into what is acceptable and what not, what is intended behavior, what is not. I mean, the way biter spawn is intended behavior. And I would argue a lot of the things we are using, like, you know, using game mechanics to your advantage, like the switching off of biter expansion by having these chunks be out. Yeah, I'm not gonna explain it again, but basically having like maybe 5% of the expansions actually happen on the map instead of 100% by making this weird pattern. Is that good play? Is that like advanced usage of rare game mechanics combined into making a weird contraption that works? Or is that abusive of like intentional in the intended way? And then you can just find softer and softer exceptions to game mechanics until where is the limit? It is pretty hard to just define, I think. There we go. Anti-expansion force field. Water chunks were doing their work. Alright, so what was happening? It is, you have to remember it's modern times, right? So what happened is, I've got a data subscription with infinite data and my data ran out. Does that make sense? In today's day and age where everything is a subscription and everything is a lie, that should be perfectly reasonable, right? Actually, I do have infinite data, but only in my home country. That makes sense. And I actually have only 20 gigabytes in the day. After that 20 gigabytes, I need to manually add 2 gigabytes every time I want to exceed another 2 gigabytes. So now I have 22 gigabytes. Once that runs out, I can upgrade to a total of 24 for today. So now I'm going to have to sometimes push some buttons to keep the stream going. The main problem though is I just finished my supercut for basically the first. It's going to be a supercut in 2 parts because it's going to be a 20-hour thing and the maximum video length is going to be 11 hours 55, I believe. So this series is going to have 2 supercuts, one from the beginning until we escape from Novice, and then one doing all the sciences on the planet. This is my first supercut in 4K, and that file happens to come out at 112 gigabytes. I somehow need to upload a 112 gigabyte file to YouTube without it breaking at any one point. So I'm not really sure how I'm going to approach that just yet. Probably not through my unlimited data connections. Alright. There we go, finally. This annoying pattern is gonna stop. Now we're gonna have continuous production. I think we have similar problems, quote-unquote problems, going on the other planets as well. Aquilo is gonna be the hardest to solve. Because this is our storage of science. It's even worse. Here we got 8 inserters in a line. Which means, yeah, the front chest and the bots are like picking from one chest at a time as well, so... Here on Aquilo we will seldomly see the full science production going. It took a very long time before we even went above 1.5k after being idle. It does do 1.8k if it needs to, like over here. But then, yeah, the way the chests just fill up breaks that, so... I guess we can avoid that if we put a huge storage system up here. It's gonna be... Okay, actually no, that makes sense. This is the perfect storage setup for Aquilo, because all the inserters need to be heated. So you have to have space to run a heat pipe between. So this will work. We also need to heat all the belts, so we still might not be in the clear. I think on Gleba we do not have that issue. We are not filling up any chests because it's Gleban science. So we're just filling up the rocket silos directly and throwing the rest in the trash. Folgora probably has the same issue. It's a little bit harder to solve here as well because there is no space. So we will see that science, the same science graph over here as well. We could do some stupid shenanigans like hook up the pairs of inserters and the one which always has access to science is only allowed to pick up a science pack. We can actually try that. Alright, so that means this inserter always has access to science. It gets dips on whatever science comes in. So we want to read the hence contents of this inserter. I guess pulse is fine. No, hold. Because the other guy needs time to find the science pack. So now it's reading sometimes, and then we only enable this if... I guess a universal thing, anything does not equal 0. That might fix it. I will need to rebalance this myself though. And now this chest is gonna fill up by the way, and then this inserter is gonna switch off completely. Yeah, I think that's not a great solution. We're not gonna do that. Yeah, I don't know. It seems kinda remainder of the olden days still. Yes, some accounts can post longer than 11 hours. I saw that as well, but I tried it with the Shattered Planet flight. But even that stream, which was streamed on YouTube as a 24-hour stream, or 28 or something in total, that one is not watchable after the fact. It just doesn't. The page just doesn't load the video if you go there. So I had to download the stream and cut it up in 4 parts to. I cut it up in 4 parts and re-uploaded it, and those videos are watchable. So I don't know, maybe there's some grandfather rights going on there. That could be the case, that accounts which are old enough before that restriction was applied get to do that. Maybe it could be something as stupid as I need to just you know, do like 20 seconds of research, and then I find that I can request that somewhere, and I can do this well. Maybe I should take a look at that. Alright. I think we're done on Vulcanus though. Alright, all that science is in these back chests still. Oh, that's fine. Question is, where are we going? Are we going back to Norvis, or are we gonna try to solve that problem on Folgora and Aquilo? I was going with that quality. I think we will try to empty that once more. First check the calcite on these chests. Yeah, that hardly took anything. These things are almost full again. Some other prime candidates for upgrading, I suppose. Once we have quality modules 3, we can upcycle all of that. I guess all these surpluses will come in handy. To start off the rare ones. Alright, looks like power situation is good again. And I think we are ready to leave. Everything except the armor goes in there. And we have to find some rocket silos to hijack. We can hijack these. Those were to launch our belts and whatnot, so... Sure. Oh, what's going on? Press the wrong key. Wrong button. See, are we still going? Still going. How is my unlimited supply of data? The thing is, I can only add the next 2 gigabytes once there's less than 400 megabytes left, which is a little bit tight. Maybe I'm gonna have to complain about that a little bit. Wouldn't all resource problems be solved with legendary big mining drills? Yeah, I think so. No, not all. Not all. It's just gonna put a ×2 multiplier on our current resource patches, right? We got rare big mining drills. So those have a 33... no. 33% resource drain. It looks like the legendaries are gonna be... Are they actually 8 or 8 point something? I think they're gonna put a ×4 resource multiplier on there, right? I think the percentage is around it. It's probably a quarter. Right, so that means all resource patches could be worth 4 times more ore than they currently already are with the rare big mining drills with the legendaries. So yeah, that will lengthen the lifetime of the resource patches by a lot still. Perhaps we should go for it earlier. The thing is, as soon as I research epic quality, my base will break. We gotta prepare for that. That might be a nice thing to do now, basically. Yeah, we solved or we strengthened all the resources, so they will keep going for a while. To have my trash slots full again? Of course I have my trash slots full again. Production is higher than request. The thing is, the production gets unequalized, or like the production gets hampered as soon as one of those chests were full, because then we still produce, but only half of the inserters can grab science, so the science backs up and production takes a small dip, and then the science get launched again and all of the chests get emptied equally ish again. It's just a Better to have it one wide. That way either the chests are loading or they are not, and they are all loading equally because of the splitter stuff. So we are on Vulcanus. Vulgora's over here. It would be cleaner if we could fix it here as well. I think we can. It just requires like an uglier solution of putting some of it down here and then looping it back in there. Okay, we'll take a quick trip to Vulgora then. How is Norvies doing anyway? Pollution seems stable. Oh, the Prometheum ship has flown out again. Yeah, we got something important to do. All the bite racks again have been yeeted off of the ship except the ones in here. So we have to change the recipe basically. That will put all of the asteroids as well. I need to make it something else. We can look inside. So all of these output slots will be emptied now, including the bite racks. I suppose we already could make it Prometheum signs again, because those are not going to go back in the input slots. So it's important that we don't forget to do that once every 13 hours, every time the ship flies out, basically. Alright, that's the last of it. We also want to replenish these stacks manually because I was too lazy to automate it. That one didn't do anything at all. Alright. So that's this ship good to go for another 13 hours or so. Looks like we yeeted all of the bite racks off of the belt before all of this could drain completely. So we went from 20k, 10k to 20k, and I think we should go back to 10-ish k before the ship flies out. Okay, there goes the bite racks. Fly, my friends, and don't hatch on my ship. All right. What was my inventory? This looks like. We're gonna need a lot of splitters and some red belt shenanigans. The amount of rare inserters should stay the same unless we build a buffer, but we don't have space over here to build a buffer unless we redesign somewhere else. Alright, so... yeah, we need 32 chests. No, half of the chest is gonna stay there. We need... yeah, we need 16 chests, but we need them next to each other. So it's gonna have to look like this. I do not have cliff explosives on me, right? No, I don't. And then it's got to go in here again. Right. Let's get the components on there. Can again hook it in here. That is not gonna work though. Something like this could work. That's not looking great, but oh well. That should power everything. And the wooden power pole because I'm too poor. Okay, and that literally does not fit. So we have to move all of this one tile to the front. I got one tile of space. And now it's outside of it. Fine. It can be the first one. Alright, so half of the signs will have to go to this side instead. That means something like this. And then we simply have to deactivate these. We'll limit these as well. Get 8 more lines for sure. Alright, but these are not full. Okay. They gotta be about equal or the system will simply not work. Alright, that's as equal as it's gonna be. I can actually put this in here. Those will then simply get launched over from that silo. As this one does automatic requests. So we won't waste the sign specs. Can downgrade the wooden power poles then. Alright. That is everything hooked up, 450k. I haven't tried if this actually works just yet, but let's see, is the ship on the way? Is this one? We are on the way to Gleba to throw some rocket parts overboard. It's gonna take a little bit of time. It looks alright. And then we'll just throw these in the recyclers. Okay, that should solve the stuttering signs issue on Vulgora. So that should now be a continuous line as well. Which means let's do this and we can be out of here. Then the question is, are we gonna do the same for Aquilo? Vulgora and Vulc signs stutter solved. I cannot believe I waited so long to do that. That has been annoying me for a very long time. Thanks Vinternol for these 7 months. I think we probably should go to Aquilo as well, but I think I'm out of time for today. So I guess sending the ship off to Aquilo. And taking the modules out of the spaceship. So we don't smash headfirst into big oxide asteroids like that one. That could be a good end of stream save. I probably have to check if I have the supplies on board to do that. We have the chests and we have the rare inserters. So that's basically all we need. The rest we have there. Next edit is coming next weekend. Hey Mr. Mahano, thanks as well for the 26 months. Yeah, the trip to Aquilo still takes a while because of the only laser turrets restriction. Guess maybe we should throw some railguns on the ship as well, but it's never that easy. Then you also need production for it, and we don't have any space, so that means basically an entirely different ship. Alright, it's not too bad. We have a decent set of things done today. I cannot speak English anymore. Let's check if the backup patch is moving. Backup coal patch is not moving still, so we should be good. How is the weakest one doing? It was 1.9, it's now 1.8. Yeah, it looks like we lost about 100k from every patch. So that means another 26 streams and the weakest of patches will start to die out. I think the stone is moving, but barely. This is still not moving. Looks like this is still mining then. 345k left. It's gonna take a while. That was the intention. It wasn't the intention that everything was mined up instantly. It should take a while. We don't want to be mining all the time. Alright, things are looking good. I'm gonna resave the end of stream save here. And then we have a nice intro the next time where we just fly the rest of Aquilo. Alright, that's going to be it for me today. Can you show your rail system? Sure. You just saw all my rail. That's a lie. We have a rail system on Fulgora. It's not a system. There are no intersecting rails. It's just all single lines next to each other. We don't even have an intersection or anything. This is all the trains I have. On all planets. Okay, that was the end. Thanks everybody for watching. I hope you had a great weekend, and hopefully I'll see you all next time.